Hey there folks, welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the years before Shadow claimed the Wise, when Saruman the White still walked in light, and his counsel was sought by all who valued wisdom over power, there came a time when the very foundations of knowledge in Middle-earth trembled beneath an unseen threat. This is a tale from those distant days when the head of the White Council still turned his considerable gifts toward preservation rather than domination, and his staff blazed with pure purpose, untainted by envy or ambition. It was in the early days of the Third Age, when the memory of the last alliance still lingered in the minds of elves, and the kingdoms of men were yet finding their footing in a world freed from Sauron's immediate shadow, that Saruman made his dwelling in the Tower of Orthanc. The Great Black Tower, a remnant of Númenórean craft that soared above the Ring of Isengard, served not as a fortress of war, but as a repository of learning, its many chambers filled with scrolls, tomes and artifacts gathered from across the wide world. In those days, Saruman's hair shone white as fresh snow upon mountain peaks, and his robes gleamed with a purity that seemed to capture and reflect every colour of the rainbow when light fell upon them. His voice, which would in later years become an instrument of manipulation and deceit, rang clear and true as a silver bell, and when he spoke in the councils of the wise, even Elrond and Galadriel would pause to consider his words with utmost care and respect. The tower itself was a wonder to behold, its walls, wrought of a stone so hard that neither time nor weather could mar its surface, rose in 4 great pillars that tapered as they climbed, meeting at last in a crown of iron-hard rock. Within, spiral stairs wound upward through chambers both great and small, each dedicated to some branch of lore or study. There were rooms filled with maps that showed lands long since drowned beneath the waves, libraries containing books written in scripts that few living souls could decipher, and workshops where Saruman laboured to understand the principles by which the great works of elder days had been wrought. Yet for all its magnificence, Orthanc in those times was not a place of cold scholarship alone. Saruman, though absorbed in his studies, had not yet forgotten the simple pleasures that made life in Middle-earth worth preserving. He maintained gardens within the Ring of Isengard, where trees grew tall and fair, their branches heavy with fruit in season, and flowers bloomed in profusion, filling the air with sweetness. He welcomed travellers who came seeking knowledge or counsel, and his table, though not laden with the abundance of a hobbit feast, never lacked for wholesome fare and good conversation. It was to this haven of learning that a most unexpected visitor came on a crisp autumn morning, when the leaves of the trees had turned to gold and bronze, and the air carried the first hint of winter's approach. Saruman stood in his highest chamber, gazing out across the plain of Rohan toward the distant peaks of the misty mountains, when he heard the great bell at the tower's base begin to toll. This bell, installed by Saruman himself, rang only when touched by hands, and few there were who came to Orthanc unannounced. Descending the winding stairs with a swiftness that belied his appearance of age, for the Istari wore the guise of elderly men, though their true nature was that of Maiar sent from the Undying Lands, Saruman made his way to the gates of Isengard. There, to his considerable surprise, he found not the expected messenger from some distant king or the wandering scholar seeking access to his libraries, but a dwarf. The dwarf stood perhaps 4 feet in height, his beard thick and black as coal, intricately braided and bound with clasps of silver. He wore travelling garb, dusty from long roads, and leaned heavily upon a staff of mountain ash. His eyes, dark as the depths of Khazad-dûm, held an expression that mingled exhaustion with desperate determination. Upon his back, Wrapped in oilcloth and bound with careful precision, rested a burden that seemed to weigh upon him both physically and spiritually, bowing his broad shoulders beneath its mysterious mass. "Master Saruman," the dwarf said, his voice rough as stone grinding upon stone, yet carrying within it a quality of deep respect. "I am Balin, son of Fundin, of the line of Durin. I have travelled far to seek your aid, for a shadow has fallen upon my people, and we know not how to turn it aside. The wise speak of Saruman the White as one whose knowledge spans the ages, whose understanding of ancient things surpasses that of all save the elves themselves. I come not with gold to offer, nor with promises of alliance, but with a plea born of necessity and a burden that grows heavier with each passing day." Saruman studied the dwarf with keen eyes that seemed to pierce beyond mere physical appearance, reading in the set of Balin's shoulders and the shadows beneath his eyes a tale of hardship and sleepless nights. "Enter, Balin, son of Fundin," he said at last, his voice carrying a warmth that had not yet been wholly consumed by pride and jealousy. "Any who come in genuine need of wisdom are welcome within these walls, and your people have long held my respect for their craft and their courage. Come, let us speak of this shadow that troubles you, and perhaps together we might find light to dispel it." They ascended together to a chamber midway up the tower, a room that Saruman used for receiving visitors of importance. It was a place of comfort despite its lofty position, with chairs carved from dark wood and cushioned with fabrics of deep blue and silver, a fire burning cheerfully in a hearth cut directly into the tower's stone, and windows that looked out upon the circle of Isengard and the lands beyond. Saruman gestured for Balin to sit, and with his own hands, for he kept no servants in those days, poured wine into cups of crystal, offering one to his guest. Balin drank gratefully, the warmth of the wine seeming to ease some small portion of the weariness that clung to him. Then, with careful movements that spoke of both reverence and fear, he unwrapped the burden he had carried upon his back. As the oilcloth fell away, Saruman leaned forward in his chair, his expression shifting from polite interest to intense focus. For what lay revealed was no ordinary object, but something that radiated a palpable sense of wrongness, a distortion in the very fabric of reality that made the air seem to thicken and the firelight to dim. It was a book, or what had once been a book, bound in leather that had turned from its original brown to a sickly greenish grey. Strange markings covered its surface, characters that writhed and shifted when looked upon directly, refusing to hold still long enough for the eye to comprehend their meaning. From it emanated a cold that had nothing to do with temperature, but rather with an absence, as though it somehow consumed the warmth and vitality of all things near it, leaving only emptiness in its wake. 3 months passed, Balin began, his voice dropping to barely more than a whisper, as though he feared the book itself might hear and take offence. Our delving crew in the Grey Mountains uncovered a sealed chamber, hidden behind a wall of living rock in depths our ancestors had not explored in over 1,000 years. Within that chamber, preserved as though placed there mere days before rather than in ages long forgotten, we found this tome. Our lawmaster, old Gloin of the Silver Beard, opened it against my counsel, believing it might contain knowledge of the ancient halls, perhaps maps or records that would aid our mining. But the moment his eyes fell upon its pages, he began to change. The change that came upon Gloin, as Balin described it, was subtle at first, the kind of transformation that creeps upon a soul so gradually that those who see it daily might not mark its progress until suddenly confronted with how far the corruption has advanced. In the first days after opening the accursed tome, the old lawmaster simply seemed distracted, his mind wandering during conversations, his attention drifting to some distant point that others could not perceive. He would pause mid-sentence, his eyes growing unfocused, and when asked what troubled him, would shake his head as though awakening from a dream he could not quite remember. But as the weeks progressed, the symptoms grew more pronounced and more disturbing. Gloin began to shun the company of his fellows, retreating to his chamber where he would remain for days at a time, emerging only to take food and water before scurrying back to his self-imposed isolation like some creature of darkness fleeing from the light. When others attempted to visit him, to offer comfort or concern, they found his door barred against them, and from within came sounds that chilled the blood. Whispered conversations in languages no dwarf had ever spoken, punctuated by long stretches of silence more unnerving than any amount of noise. His appearance deteriorated with alarming speed. The robust health that had characterized him throughout his long years faded like morning mist beneath the sun's rays. His flesh seemed to melt from his bones, leaving him gaunt and hollow-eyed, his skin taking on a greyish pallor that spoke of illness beyond the reach of any healer's art. His beard, once his pride, that magnificent silver cascade that had earned him his epithet, began to fall out in clumps, leaving bare patches that revealed skin covered in strange marks, like writing in a script that hurt the eyes to behold. Most disturbing of all were the things he said during his increasingly rare appearances among his people. He spoke of visions, of doorways opening onto places that should not exist, of voices calling from beyond the circles of the world, offering knowledge and power beyond mortal comprehension. He claimed to see the threads of fate itself, to perceive the hidden patterns that governed all events, past, present, and future. And he insisted, with a fervour that bordered on madness, that the book held secrets that would elevate the dwarves above all other peoples of Middle-earth, that would restore them to a glory exceeding even that of ancient Khazad-dûm in its prime. Balin paused in his recounting, his hands gripping the arms of his chair until his knuckles showed white beneath his weathered skin. Saruman remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the cursed volume that lay upon the table between them, his mind already working through possibilities and cataloguing the symptoms Balin described against his vast storehouse of accumulated knowledge. The wizard's expression had grown grave, for he recognised in this tale echoes of other such objects, artefacts of dark power created in ages past when the servants of evil sought to corrupt and dominate all living things. "We tried everything within our power," Balin continued, his voice heavy with the weight of failure and guilt. "Our healers brewed every remedy known to dwarfcraft, medicines that had cured ailments thought incurable, poultices made from rare herbs gathered at great cost from the far corners of Middle-earth. Our priests invoked the name of Aule the Smith, calling upon the valour who shaped our people in the deeps of time to grant protection and healing to his afflicted servant. We even sent word to Rivendell, begging the elves for their assistance, despite the ancient grudges that lie between our peoples, and Elrond Half-Elven himself sent one of his household, a healer of great skill, to examine our stricken lawmaster. Nothing availed. The corruption, whatever its nature, had sunk its roots too deeply into Gloin's being to be dislodged by conventional means. The elven healer, after spending 3 days in examination and attempted treatment, departed with a grave expression, warning that the malady was beyond his art to cure, that it partook of a darkness he had not encountered in all his long years of tending the sick and wounded. He counselled that the book be destroyed, cast into the deepest fires the dwarves could kindle, in hopes that its destruction might break the hold it had established over the lawmaster's mind and spirit. But here the dwarves encountered their next obstacle, for try as they might, they could not harm the book in any way. They subjected it to the white-hot flames of their greatest forges, fires that could melt the hardest steel and reduce stone to liquid. Yet when they withdrew it from the furnace, the volume remained unchanged, not even marked by soot or smoke. They struck it with hammers wielded by their strongest warriors, blows that would have shattered boulders into fragments, and the hammers themselves broke or bent, while the book bore not so much as a scratch upon its diseased-looking cover. They tried drowning it in water blessed by their priests, burying it beneath a cairn of stones carved with protective runes, even sealing it in a box of lead inscribed with prayers, and then dropping that box into a deep underground lake where no light had ever penetrated. Each time, the book returned, appearing in places it had no earthly means of reaching, as though it possessed a will of its own and refused to be separated from those it had marked as its victims. And always, no matter where they hid it or how securely they locked it away, Gloin found it, drawn to the cursed object by a compulsion he could not resist. And then, 3 weeks ago, Balin said, and now his voice cracked with emotion barely held in check. Gloin took his own life. We found him in his chamber, the book open before him, his face frozen in an expression of such horror that none who saw it will ever forget the sight. And yet, even in death, the curse was not finished with him. His body would not decay as is natural, but remained preserved, as though waiting for something, and at night, those who passed near his tomb swore they heard whispers, his voice calling out in that strange tongue he had begun to speak, words that seemed to claw at the minds of those who heard them, seeking entrance to their thoughts. We burned his body, though it went against all our traditions and customs, for dwarves prefer to lay their dead to rest in stone, in chambers deep beneath the mountains, where they can return to the earth from which Aule first shaped our ancestors. We burned him upon a great pyre, using wood soaked in oils and blessed by every priest we could summon, and we scattered his ashes to the four winds. Only then did the whispers finally cease, and only then could we feel certain that his suffering, at least, had truly ended. But the book remained, and we knew that if we kept it among us, sooner or later, someone else would fall victim to its corruption, drawn by curiosity or by the malevolent will that seemed to inhabit the thing itself. Saruman listened to all of this with a deepening sense of concern, for the pattern Balin described matched certain references he had encountered in his long years of study, fragments of lore pertaining to objects created by the enemy in the First Age, when Morgoth had walked openly upon Middle-earth and bent all his considerable power toward corrupting and enslaving the free peoples. Such artifacts were rare, most having been destroyed in the cataclysm that ended the age, but a few had survived, buried in forgotten places, waiting for some unlucky soul to uncover them and begin the cycle of corruption anew. The wizard rose from his chair and approached the table where the book lay, moving with a caution that spoke of hard-won wisdom regarding the handling of dangerous objects. He did not reach out to touch it immediately, but rather extended his staff, holding it above the tome at a distance of perhaps 2 feet, and began to speak words in a language older than the kingdoms of men, older even than the realms of the elves in Middle-earth. The words were not loud, barely more than a murmur, yet they seemed to fill the chamber with a resonance that made the very stones of Orthanc vibrate in sympathy. As Saruman spoke, the staff began to glow with a soft, white light, pure and clean as starlight reflected in still water. The glow intensified gradually, growing brighter, until it illuminated every corner of the room, banishing shadows and revealing details that had been hidden in the dimness. And as the light fell upon the book, something extraordinary happened. The sickly green-grey of its binding seemed to recoil from the illumination, withdrawing into itself like some living thing seeking to escape exposure, and for just a moment, the writhing characters on its cover froze in place, allowing Saruman to perceive their true nature. What he saw confirmed his darkest suspicions. The script was indeed from the Elder Days, but it was not the fair Tengwar of the elves, nor the angular runes of the dwarves. It was a debased form of writing, a corruption of older letters twisted to serve purposes they were never meant to fulfill, and the words spelled out in that perverted script spoke of binding and dominion, of the sundering of soul from body and the imprisonment of will. This was no mere book of evil knowledge, no simple grimoire filled with dark spells and forbidden lore. It was a trap, a snare designed to capture the essence of whoever opened it, to drain them slowly of life and consciousness until nothing remained but a husk that could be inhabited by something else, some fragment of malevolent intelligence that had been bound into the book's very pages. Saruman lowered his staff and the light faded, leaving them once more in the softer illumination of fire and sunlight streaming through the windows. He returned to his chair, his expression grave, and for a long moment he sat in silence, his fingers steepled before him, his gaze distant as he delved into the archives of his vast memory, searching for any reference, any scrap of information that might provide guidance in dealing with this particular form of evil. Balin waited, patient as only a dwarf could be, understanding that some things could not be rushed, that wisdom required time to unfold. "I know what this is," Saruman said at last. and his voice carried a weight that made Balin lean forward in his chair, hanging upon every word. Or rather, I know what manner of thing it is, for I have read accounts of similar objects in texts preserved in Rivendell and in the archives of the Grey Havens, records dating back to the War of Wrath, when Morgoth was cast down and the First Age came to its cataclysmic end. In those days, when the servants of the Dark Lord saw that their master's defeat was inevitable, some among them, the most cunning and most malicious, created certain artifacts as a means of ensuring their survival beyond the destruction of their physical forms. These artifacts, Saruman explained, were designed as vessels, repositories for fragments of consciousness that could not sustain themselves without a body to inhabit, but which refused to pass into the void where they belonged. The creators imbued these objects with a terrible hunger, a compulsion to seek out living beings and drain them of their vitality, their sense of self, everything that made them unique individuals. The process was gradual, spread over weeks or months, for it required time for the parasitic intelligence to establish itself fully within the victim's mind, to learn the patterns of their thoughts and memories well enough to wear them like a garment. Once the process was complete, the victim's original consciousness was consumed utterly, leaving only a shell animated by the dark intelligence bound within the artifact. That entity could then walk about in the stolen body, appearing to all outward observation as the person they had replaced, perhaps slightly changed, perhaps acting oddly at times, but fundamentally recognizable. And through this deception, the evil could spread, for the possessed individual would work to expose others to the artifact, to create more victims, more vessels into which fragments of the bound intelligence could spread, like a disease jumping from host to host. "Your lawmaster's death," Saruman continued, his eyes meeting Balin's with a directness that conveyed both sympathy and grim determination, was likely his final act of resistance, the last desperate measure of a will that refused to be completely subsumed by the corruption. He understood, perhaps at the very end, what was happening to him, what he was becoming, and he chose oblivion rather than allow himself to be used as a tool of evil. It was an act of considerable courage, and his name should be remembered with honour among your people, for he saved them from a fate far worse than the loss of a single life, however valued. Balin bowed his head, and tears that he had held back throughout his recounting finally spilled down his weathered cheeks, cutting clean tracks through the dust of travel that still clung to his face. "We have honoured him," he said quietly, "but we did not understand the full measure of what he did. We thought only that the corruption had driven him to madness and despair, not that he had chosen death to protect us. I will carry word back to our halls, and we will sing songs of Gloin Silverbeard, who faced darkness and chose the light, even at the cost of his own existence." But the immediate problem remained, for the book still existed, still posed a terrible threat to anyone who might encounter it. Balin had brought it to Saruman in hopes that the wizard's power and knowledge might succeed where dwarfcraft had failed, that perhaps he could destroy the thing, or at least render it harmless. Yet Saruman shook his head slowly, a gesture of regret mixed with resignation, for he knew that some evils, once created, could not be so easily unmade. "I cannot destroy it," the wizard said, and his voice carried the weight of unwelcome truth. "The binding that holds the intelligence within this object is too strong, woven with power drawn from sources that were ancient when the world was young. To break such a binding would require forces beyond my capability to command, perhaps beyond the capability of any single being in Middle-earth to command. Even if I were to carry it to Mount Doom itself, to cast it into the fires where the One Ring was forged and will one day be unmade, I doubt those flames would suffice, for this thing predates Sauron's works and was crafted with knowledge he never possessed." Balin's face fell, hope draining from his features like water from a shattered vessel. "Then what are we to do?" he asked, and his voice was hollow with despair. "If it cannot be destroyed, if it will always return no matter where we hide it, how can we protect our people? How can we prevent this horror from claiming more victims, from spreading until it consumes not just our halls, but perhaps all the dwarf kingdoms, all the settlements of men, even the realms of the elves themselves. Saruman rose and walked to the window, gazing out across the plains toward the mountains that loomed in the distance, their peaks crowned with snow that gleamed white in the afternoon sun. He stood thus for several minutes, his mind working through possibilities, considering and discarding options as he sought a solution to a problem that seemed to admit of no easy answer. Finally, he turned back to face the dwarf, and in his eyes burned a determination that gave Balin his first glimmer of renewed hope since entering the tower. "If we cannot destroy it," Saruman said, "then we must contain it so thoroughly, so completely, that no chance exists for it ever to work its evil again. We must create a prison from which there can be no escape, a binding beyond the power of the intelligence within to break, no matter how long it might struggle or how cleverly it might plot. And we must place that prison in a location where none will ever think to search, where the passage of ages will bury it beneath layers of time and forgetting until even its existence becomes less than a legend, merely a whisper of a whisper, a shadow of a shadow." The preparations for what Saruman proposed would require many days of careful work and the gathering of materials both rare and difficult to obtain. The wizard explained to Balin that he would need to craft a container specifically designed to hold the book. Not merely a box or chest of mundane construction, but a vessel imbued with powers of warding and sealing that would counteract the malevolent intelligence bound within the tome. Such a container would need to be made from materials that had never known corruption, that carried within their very substance a natural resistance to darkness and decay. Chief among these materials was mithril, that most precious of metals which the dwarves called true silver, found only in the deepest mines of Khazad-dûm and valued above gold for its beauty, its strength, and its remarkable properties. Mithril alone among metals seemed to resist the corrupting influence of evil, remaining pure and bright, even when exposed to the most malignant forces. A box fashioned from mithril would provide the physical containment necessary to prevent the book from exercising its will, from manifesting its presence in ways that might draw the attention of those susceptible to its lure. But metal alone, however precious and however well wrought, would not suffice. Saruman explained that the container would also need to be inscribed with runes of binding and protection, characters drawn from the oldest traditions of power in Middle-earth, combining the lore of elves, dwarves, and the ancient kingdoms of Numenor before its fall. These runes would form interlocking patterns of constraint, each symbol reinforcing the others, creating a web of force that would actively suppress the book's ability to reach out beyond its prison, to call to potential victims, or to work its subtle corruptions upon the fabric of reality itself. Furthermore, certain herbs and essences would need to be woven into the container's construction, materials drawn from the living world that carried within them the power of growth and renewal, forces fundamentally opposed to the death and stagnation the book represented. Saruman listed them for Balin, speaking of Athalas, that healing plant which men called kingsfoil, of golden Eleanor flowers gathered from the slopes of Amondine, of Malorn bark from the ancient trees that grew in realms beyond the sea, and of other substances whose names Balin had never heard, but which Saruman assured him could be obtained through his contacts among the elves and the remaining Dunedain who preserved the old knowledge. "The gathering of these materials will take time," Saruman said, pacing before the windows as he organised his thoughts and made mental calculations of what would be required. "Perhaps a month, perhaps 2, depending on the season and the willingness of those I must ask for aid. In the meanwhile, the book must be kept here, within Orthanc, where I can maintain constant vigilance over it and ensure that it troubles no one. The tower's construction provides a natural barrier against such influences, for the stone of which it is made was shaped by arts that predate the coming of evil to these lands, and it retains something of the virtue of its makers." Balin agreed readily to this arrangement, for the burden of carrying the cursed tome had weighed upon him far more heavily than its physical mass would suggest, and the prospect of being free of it, even temporarily, filled him with relief so profound it was almost painful. Yet he felt obliged to offer assistance in gathering the necessary materials, for dwarf honor demanded that he contribute to the solution of a problem his people had inadvertently created by uncovering the thing in their delving. Saruman accepted this offer with grave courtesy, asking Balin to return to his people and procure as much mithril as they could spare, preferably in the form of thin sheets that could be worked into the shape required. "Tell your craftsmen," Saruman instructed, "that the sheets must be made under the light of the full moon, hammered by hands that have spoken no word of anger or malice in the 3 days prior to the work, and cooled in water drawn from a spring that has never gone dry, not even in the driest years. These conditions are essential, for the purity of the materials will determine the strength of the binding. Mithril worked with care and devotion will serve our purpose admirably, but mithril shaped in haste or with ill will might prove no more effective than common iron." The dwarf listened carefully to these instructions, committing every detail to memory, for he understood that any failure in the execution of the work might render the entire endeavour useless. He asked questions about specifics, seeking clarification on points where Saruman's meaning was not immediately clear, and the wizard answered with patience, recognising that thoroughness now would prevent catastrophic mistakes later. They spoke of measurements and proportions, of the thickness the sheet should have, and the size the finished container must be, and gradually a clear picture emerged of what needed to be crafted. As the sun dipped toward the western horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple that reflected brilliantly off Orthank's black stone, Balin prepared to take his leave. He would rest in Isengard for the night, in one of the comfortable chambers Saruman maintained for guests, and in the morning he would begin the long journey back to the Grey Mountains, carrying with him both the relief of having found someone capable of dealing with the cursed book and the weight of new responsibilities that must be fulfilled if that solution was to succeed. Before parting, however, Saruman placed a hand upon the dwarf's shoulder, a gesture of reassurance and fellowship that spoke of the respect the wizard held for Balin and his people. "Do not blame yourself or your folk for what has happened," Saruman said, his voice gentle despite its inherent power. "The chambers of the deep earth hold many secrets, and not all of them are pleasant. Your people did not create this evil, and the fact that you have acted swiftly to contain it speaks well of your wisdom and your courage. Many others, confronted with such a discovery, might have tried to exploit it, to unlock its secrets in hopes of gaining power or knowledge, and in doing so would have spread the corruption far more widely than a single death in a distant mine." These words brought comfort to Balin, easing some of the guilt that had ridden him since Gloin's death, for he had wondered in the dark hours of night whether he might have done something differently, whether there was some action he might have taken that would have prevented the tragedy. To hear Saruman, one of the wisest beings in Middle-earth, assure him that his people had acted honourably and well, helped to lift that burden from his heart, though the sorrow of losing his old friend would remain with him always. That night, as Balin lay in the comfortable bed Saruman had provided, he found himself sleeping more peacefully than he had in weeks, perhaps because the cursed book was no longer in his possession, or perhaps because he finally had hope that the threat it represented could be neutralised. In his dreams, he saw Gloin as he had been before the corruption took hold, hale and hearty, his silver beard flowing like a waterfall, his eyes bright with intelligence and humour. And in the dream, Gloin smiled at him and nodded, as though offering approval and forgiveness, and Balin woke with tears on his cheeks, but with peace in his heart. Meanwhile, high in Orthank's uppermost chamber, Saruman maintained his vigil over the book. He had placed it within a circle of pure salt, a simple precaution, but one that would alert him if the malevolent intelligence within attempted to extend its influence beyond the physical boundaries of the tome. Around the circle, he had positioned 4 candles made from beeswax mixed with powdered silver, each candle carved with protective symbols and lit with flame kindled from wood that had never known the touch of metal tools. The light from these candles was steady and bright, creating a barrier of illumination that the darkness bound within the book could not penetrate. Saruman sat in a chair positioned at the cardinal point of north, his staff laid across his knees, his eyes never leaving the book for more than a moment at a time. He did not read, did not allow his mind to wander, but maintained a state of focused awareness that was both restful and vigilant. a technique he had learned in his long years of service to the powers of light. Through the night he sat thus, watching and waiting, ready to respond instantly should the book attempt any manifestation of its corrupted will. As dawn broke over Isengard, painting the ring of mountains in shades of rose and gold, Balin departed on his long journey homeward, his heart lighter than it had been in many weeks, despite the arduous task that lay before him. Saruman stood at the gates to see him off, offering final words of counsel and encouragement before the dwarf mounted his pony and turned its head toward the distant north. The wizard watched until Balin had dwindled to a small figure on the horizon, then returned to his tower to begin the next phase of his work. The gathering of materials proved to be every bit as complicated and time-consuming as Saruman had anticipated. His first task was to send messages to those among the elves who might be willing to provide the substances he required, for many of the plants and essences on his list grew only in elven-tended gardens or in wild places that the elves guarded jealously from intrusion. He composed these letters with care, explaining the nature of the threat and the urgency of the need, without revealing more than was absolutely necessary. For Saruman understood that knowledge of such artifacts could itself be dangerous, tempting the curious or the ambitious to seek them out. To Elrond in Rivendell he wrote, requesting Athelas and Eleanor, flowers that grew in abundance in the valley's gardens and which the elves cultivated for their healing properties. He explained that he was working to contain a corrupted object from the Elder Days and needed materials of exceptional purity to craft the binding. Elrond's response came within a fortnight, carried by a swift messenger who brought not only the requested flowers, carefully preserved in crystal vials filled with water from the Bruinen, but also a letter expressing concern and offering additional assistance should Saruman require it. The wizard read the letter with gratitude, recognizing in it the generous spirit that had always characterized the Lord of Rivendell. To Círdan the shipwright at the Grey Havens, he sent a more difficult request, asking for a small quantity of malorn bark, that substance which came from trees that no longer grew in Middle-earth, save in the realm of Lothlorien, far to the east. Círdan had access to such materials through his ancient connections with those who still sailed to the Undying Lands, and though the shipwright was notoriously protective of his stores, Saruman hoped that the explanation of need would persuade him to part with a small portion. The response took longer to arrive, nearly a month passing before a ship bearing Círdan's seal docked at a riverside port on the Isen, and from there a messenger brought the precious cargo to Orthanc. The bark, when Saruman unwrapped it from its protective coverings, gleamed with an inner light that seemed to come from no external source, and its scent filled the chamber with memories of forests that had passed from the world in ages long forgotten. The wizard handled it with reverence, understanding that he held in his hands a fragment of something that had grown in lands touched by the light of the two trees before their destruction, and that such materials carried within them echoes of a time when the world was younger and less burdened by sorrow and loss. While he waited for these materials to arrive, Saruman did not remain idle. He spent his days in study, poring over ancient texts that described the construction of containers meant to hold objects of power, comparing methodologies from different traditions and seeking the optimal combination of techniques that would provide the strongest possible binding. He consulted works written in Quenya and Sindarin, in the runic script of the dwarves, and in the languages of Númenor, cross-referencing passages and making detailed notes on vellum that gradually accumulated into a comprehensive plan of action. The nights he continued to spend in vigil over the book, maintaining his circle of salt and candles, never allowing his attention to waver. And it was during these long hours of watchfulness that he began to perceive something disturbing, a pattern in the way the book rested within its protective circle that suggested it was not entirely passive, not simply waiting to be acted upon, but rather actively probing its confinement, testing the boundaries Saruman had established, searching for weaknesses that might be exploited. The book never moved in any physical sense, never shifted position or showed signs of animation, yet Saruman could feel it pressing against the barriers he had erected, not with crude force, but with a subtle, persistent pressure, like water seeking cracks in a dam. The sensation was deeply unsettling, for it revealed that the intelligence bound within the tome was aware of him, was studying him even as he studied it, learning his patterns and perhaps planning some countermove against whatever he might attempt. This discovery prompted Saruman to strengthen his protections, adding additional layers of warding beyond the simple circle of salt. He inscribed runes upon the floor surrounding the book, characters of such ancient provenance that few in Middle-earth could have read them, linking them together in patterns that created a field of force invisible to ordinary sight, but palpable to anyone with the sensitivity to perceive such things. He placed crystals at the cardinal points, stones that resonated with harmonics opposed to the frequencies of corruption and decay, and he renewed the candles daily, ensuring that the light never faltered. Yet, even with these enhanced protections in place, Saruman could not entirely eliminate the sense of menace that emanated from the cursed tome. It sat within its prison of light and symbol, dark and malevolent, radiating a palpable wrongness that made the very air seem thick and difficult to breathe. The wizard found himself dreaming unpleasant dreams when he allowed himself brief periods of rest. Visions of ancient battles and terrible defeats, of towers falling and kingdoms crumbling into ruin, and he understood that these images came not from his own mind, but were being projected by the book, attempting to undermine his resolve and create doubt in his purpose. He resisted these attempts at mental intrusion with the full strength of his will, employing techniques of mental discipline that he had learned from masters whose names were remembered now only in the most ancient records. Each night he built anew the barriers within his mind, constructing walls of thought and intention that the book's influence could not penetrate. And each morning he examined himself carefully for any sign that the corruption might have found purchase despite his precautions. So far he remained uncompromised, but the constant vigilance required was exhausting, draining his strength in ways that purely physical labour never could. It was during the second month of his vigil that Balin returned to Orthanc, riding at the head of a small company of dwarves who bore between them, wrapped in cloth of the finest weave and cushioned with fleeces to prevent any damage during transport, several sheets of mithril prepared according to Saruman's exacting specifications. The dwarf looked weary, but pleased, and when Saruman inspected the metal he had brought, the wizard nodded with satisfaction, for it was work of the highest quality. Each sheet perfectly uniform in thickness, the surface polished to a mirror brightness that reflected light with almost painful intensity. The craftsman worked under the full moon for 3 cycles, Balin explained as they carried the mithril into Orthanc's workshop, a chamber on the tower's 3rd level equipped with tools and materials for various crafts. They prepared themselves with fasting and meditation, speaking only words of blessing and encouragement to one another throughout the process. The water in which the metal was cooled came from the spring of Durin, which has flowed without cease since the First Age, and is accounted the purest water in all our realm. We have done everything in our power to ensure that the mithril carries within it no taint of darkness, no residue of negative intention. Saruman thanked the dwarf warmly, recognising the sacrifice of time and resources that this represented, for mithril was precious beyond measure, and the labour required to work it into sheets of such perfection was considerable. He assured Balin that the material was exactly what he needed, and that the care taken in its preparation would contribute significantly to the strength of the binding they were creating. The dwarf and his companions remained in Isengard for 3 days, resting from their journey and provisioning themselves for the return trip. And during that time, Saruman shared with them what he had learned about the nature of the book and the precautions necessary when dealing with such corrupted objects. On the evening before their departure, Saruman and Balin stood together in the workshop, looking at the sheets of mithril that lay spread out on a broad table, glowing softly in the light of several lanterns. The wizard had already begun sketching designs for the container, working out the precise dimensions and the patterns in which the runes would be inscribed, and these drawings lay scattered across another table, covered with notes and calculations in Saruman's distinctive hand. The construction of the mithril container proved to be a work of such delicacy and precision that Saruman devoted himself to it with an intensity that bordered on obsession, working through days and nights with only the briefest pauses for rest and sustenance. The mithril, for all its remarkable properties, was not an easy material to work with, for it combined extraordinary strength with a tendency to resist shaping unless approached with exactly the right balance of force and finesse. Saruman had to heat it to specific temperatures, not so hot that it lost its inherent virtue, but warm enough to become malleable under the careful application of tools. He fashioned the container in the shape of a box, rectangular in form, with dimensions calculated to hold the book snugly without allowing any space for it to shift or move. The base he made first, cutting it from one of the larger sheets of mithril with a blade whose edge had been blessed by elvish smiths and which could cut the precious metal as easily as an ordinary knife might slice through cloth. The sides he cut next, measuring each piece with meticulous care to ensure that they would fit together perfectly, leaving no gaps through which the book's influence might seep. The joining of these pieces required a technique that Saruman had learned from ancient texts, but had never before attempted, a process that involved heating the edges of the mithril until they reached a precise threshold of temperature at which they would flow together like water merging with water, becoming a single seamless whole without any need for solder or welding. The timing was critical, for if the metal cooled even slightly below the required temperature, it would not bond, and if it grew too hot, it would lose the properties that made it suitable for this purpose. Working with tools held in hands wrapped in cloth blessed by prayers to the Valar, Saruman brought each edge to the precise temperature required, then pressed them together with a pressure carefully modulated to avoid distorting the metal while ensuring complete fusion. Slowly, over the course of many hours, the box took shape, its walls rising to form a perfect container whose seams, when the work was finished, were invisible even to eyes as keen as those of the wizard himself. The interior he left plain and smooth, but the exterior he prepared for the reception of the runes that would transform this physical container into a prison capable of holding not just matter, but malevolent will itself. The inscription of the runes was perhaps the most demanding aspect of the entire undertaking, for each character had to be drawn with absolute precision. Any error in proportion or placement potentially compromising the entire pattern and rendering the binding useless or even dangerous. Saruman used a stylus tipped with diamond, the hardest substance known to the peoples of Middle-earth, and even with such a tool, the process of scoring lines into the mithril surface was slow and painstaking, requiring a steadiness of hand that could only be maintained through continuous focus and the exclusion of all distracting thoughts. He began with the runes of foundation, characters that established the basic framework of containment and provided anchor points for all the more complex symbols that would follow. These he placed at the corners and midpoints of each face of the box, positioning them according to geometric principles that had been old when the world was young, relationships of angle and distance that resonated with the fundamental harmonics of creation itself. As each rune was completed, Saruman spoke its name aloud, activating its power and linking it to the overall pattern. Next came the runes of binding, interlocking chains of symbols that wove together to create a web of constraint, each element supporting and reinforcing the others in ways that made the whole far stronger than the sum of its parts. These runes drew upon traditions from multiple sources, combining elvish wisdom with dwarvish craft knowledge and the deep understanding of the natural world possessed by those who had walked in the light of Valinor before the darkening of the world. Saruman worked with complete concentration, his mind simultaneously holding the vision of the completed pattern while attending to the precise execution of each individual stroke. The third layer of inscription consisted of runes of rejection, symbols designed not merely to contain, but to actively repel the darkness bound within the cursed book, to create an environment so fundamentally opposed to its nature that it would be unable to exert its will beyond the physical boundaries of its prison. These were perhaps the most difficult characters to inscribe, for they required Saruman to pour into them something of his own essence, his own commitment to the light, transforming abstract symbols into carriers of living power that would maintain their function long after he had departed from the world. As he worked, the mithril began to take on qualities beyond its natural luster, developing an inner radiance that grew stronger with each completed rune until the box seemed to glow from within, casting a pure white light that banished shadows from every corner of the workshop. Saruman could feel the power building within the container, a force of preservation and exclusion that would serve as an implacable barrier against the corrupted intelligence trapped within the book. And he knew that his work, though demanding beyond anything he had previously attempted, was succeeding in its purpose. The final element to be added was the lid, which required even more intricate work than the body of the box, for it would serve as the primary seal, the point at which the container would be closed and the book entombed within its mithril prison. Saruman fashioned this piece with extraordinary care, making it slightly larger than the opening it was meant to cover, so that it would fit over the top edge of the box like a cap, creating multiple layers of contact between lid and body. Along the inner edge of the lid, he inscribed a continuous ring of runes that would activate when the lid was placed in position, fusing it to the box with bonds that could not be broken by any force less than that which had shaped the world at its beginning. Into the centre of the lid's outer surface, Saruman placed a final seal, a great rune of closing and completion that would serve as the capstone of all the other symbols, binding them together into a unified whole, and preventing any possibility of the binding being undone from within. This rune he made larger than all the others, its lines deep and bold, and into it he poured the last reserves of his strength, speaking words of such ancient power that the very stones of Orthanc seemed to tremble at their utterance. When the container was at last complete, Saruman allowed himself a moment of satisfaction as he examined his work. The box sat upon the workbench, radiant with accumulated power, its surface covered with interlocking patterns of runes that seemed to shift and move when viewed from different angles, creating an effect like waves of light flowing across the mithril's surface. It was a thing of beauty as well as utility, a work of craft that would have drawn admiration from the greatest smiths of any age. And yet its true value lay not in its aesthetic qualities, but in its function as a prison for evil. Yet the most perilous part of the entire undertaking still lay ahead, for the book must now be transferred from its temporary confinement within the circle of salt and candles to the permanent prison that awaited it. This transfer could not be accomplished carelessly or in haste, for the moment when the book was moved would be a moment of vulnerability, a brief window during which the malevolent intelligence within might attempt to escape or to establish contact with an unwary mind. Saruman prepared himself for this task with rituals of purification and strengthening, fasting for 3 days and spending his nights in meditation, building up his mental defences to their maximum capacity. On the morning chosen for the transfer, Saruman descended to the chamber where he had kept the book under constant watch. He carried the mithril container, now ready to receive its deadly contents, and a pair of tongs fashioned from silver and inscribed with protective symbols. He would not touch the book directly with his hands, for though his will was strong, he was not fool enough to expose himself unnecessarily to the corrupting influence bound within those pages. The tongs would provide a barrier, a layer of separation that would protect him during the brief moments of handling required to move the book from its current location to the mithril box. He placed the open container on the floor beside the circle of salt, positioning it carefully so that the distance the book would need to travel through unprotected space would be minimized. Then, speaking words of command and authority, he extended the tongs across the circle's boundary and grasped the book firmly, feeling through the metal implements a surge of malevolent awareness, a sudden intensification of the sense of presence that had haunted him throughout his vigil. The book seemed to resist being moved, though whether this resistance was physical or purely mental, Saruman could not determine, and he had to exert considerable force to lift it from where it had lain. The moment the book rose from the floor, the atmosphere in the chamber changed dramatically. The candles flickered wildly, despite the absence of any wind, their flames stretching and dancing as though caught in an invisible tempest. The temperature dropped so precipitously that Saruman's breath became visible in the air, forming clouds of vapour that dissipated slowly in the suddenly frigid atmosphere. And from the book itself, there emanated a sound, not loud but deeply disturbing, a whisper that seemed to come from multiple voices speaking in unison. words in a language that predated the sundering of the world, phrases that carried meaning on a level below conscious thought. Saruman felt the whispers pressing against his mind, seeking entrance, probing for weaknesses in his carefully constructed defences. They spoke of power and knowledge, of secrets that could be his if only he would open the book and read what lay within its corrupted pages. They promised answers to questions that had troubled him throughout his long years in Middle-earth, solutions to problems that seemed insoluble, the means to achieve great works that would benefit all the free peoples and establish his name among the greatest heroes of any age. But Saruman recognized these promises for what they were: lies wrapped in truth, deceptions designed to exploit the natural desires of any thinking being for understanding and significance. He had studied too many accounts of those who had fallen to such temptations, who had convinced themselves that they could control or redirect evil toward good purposes, only to discover too late that evil transformed those who wielded it, rather than being transformed by them. He held firm against the whispers, maintaining the integrity of his mental barriers while physically moving the book across the small distance that separated it from the mithril container. The transfer took only seconds in objective time, but to Saruman, those seconds stretched into what felt like hours, each moment filled with intense concentration and the constant effort of resisting the book's attempts to establish a foothold in his consciousness. He could feel sweat beading on his forehead despite the cold, could sense the strain of maintaining his focus against such persistent assault, but he did not falter. With a final movement that required every ounce of his determination, he lowered the book into the waiting container, settling it into the precise centre of the box where it lay like a malignant heart, surrounded by walls of pure metal and protective power. The moment the book came to rest within the mithril container, the whispers ceased abruptly, cut off as though a door had been slammed shut. The candles steadied, their flames returning to normal size and brightness, and the temperature began slowly to rise back toward comfortable levels. Saruman released the breath he had been holding, allowing himself a moment of relief before turning his attention to the final and most critical step of the process: the sealing of the container with the lid that would transform it from an open box into an impenetrable prison. He lifted the lid with both hands, holding it steady despite the trembling in his arms that betrayed the toll the transfer had taken on his strength. The lid was heavy, far heavier than its size would suggest, weighted with the power that had been invested in the runes covering its surface. Saruman positioned it carefully above the opening of the box, aligning it so that the inner ring of runes would make perfect contact with the rim of the container, creating an unbroken circle of power that would seal the book away from all contact with the outside world. As he began to lower the lid into place, resistance manifested once more. The book, sensing that it was about to be permanently confined, made a final, desperate attempt to prevent its imprisonment. The container began to shake, vibrating with increasing intensity as the intelligence within struggled against its fate. Objects in the chamber rattled and shifted, and cracks appeared in the stone walls, fine lines that spread like spiderwebs across the surface of Orthank's supposedly indestructible material. Saruman felt pressure building around him, a force that sought to drive him away from the container, to prevent the completion of what he had begun. But he had not come so far, had not laboured so intensively to be turned aside at the final moment. Drawing upon reserves of strength he had carefully husbanded for precisely this eventuality, Saruman pushed downward with all his might, both physical and spiritual, forcing the lid toward its appointed position, despite the resistance that sought to prevent it. He spoke words of binding as he pushed, syllables of such power that speaking them cost him something essential, leaving him diminished in ways that would not become apparent until much later, but which he accepted as the necessary price of completing this work. The lid descended, inch by hard-fought inch, until finally it made contact with the rim of the container. In that instant, the runes inscribed on both lid and box flared with brilliant light, lines of radiance that connected and intertwined, forming a continuous pattern that ran without break around the entire circumference of the seal. There was a sound like thunder, a single deep note that resonated through the tower and beyond, rolling out across the plains of Rohan and echoing from the distant mountains, heard by shepherds tending their flocks and by riders on the roads who looked up in wonder at the cloudless sky. Then silence fell, complete and profound, as the sealing was accomplished. The light from the runes faded slowly, dimming until only a faint glow remained, a subtle luminescence that marked the container as something out of the ordinary, but did not advertise its true nature or purpose. Saruman staggered backward, exhausted to the point of collapse, and only the support of his staff prevented him from falling. He leaned heavily upon it, drawing deep breaths as he struggled to recover from the ordeal of the sealing, and gradually his strength began to return, though he knew it would be days before he felt fully himself again. Looking at the sealed container, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction, mixed with an awareness of just how close he had come to failure. The book was now imprisoned, trapped within walls that would not yield to its will, surrounded by runes that actively repelled its influence and prevented it from reaching out to potential victims. It was, for the moment at least, rendered harmless, no longer a threat to anyone who might stumble across it. Yet Saruman knew that this was not the end of his task, but merely its completion of its first phase. The container, secure though it was, could not simply be left in Orthanc, or even hidden somewhere within Isengard, for the tower was known to too many people, and what was known could be discovered by those with sufficient determination or evil purpose. The sealed box needed to be taken to a location so remote, so unlikely to be searched, that centuries or even ages might pass before anyone accidentally encountered it. And even then, the location should be one where the natural features of the landscape would provide additional layers of concealment and protection, making discovery as difficult as possible. Saruman spent several days recovering from his exertions before turning his mind to the question of where the container should be hidden. He consulted maps, both those drawn in his own time and ancient charts that showed Middle-earth as it had been in earlier ages, searching for a place that met all his requirements. The location needed to be remote from the paths commonly travelled by the peoples of the world, yet not so remote that reaching it would be impossible for someone of his capabilities. It needed to have some natural feature that would allow the container to be concealed effectively, and ideally, it should be a place where the very nature of the land would discourage casual exploration. After much consideration, his attention was drawn to a region far to the north and west, beyond even the Grey Mountains where Balin's people delved, in lands that lay near the boundaries of the maps themselves. There, in a country of broken hills and deep valleys carved by ancient ice, lay a labyrinth of caves known to few and visited by fewer, chambers hollowed out by water over countless ages and decorated with formations of stone that grew like frozen waterfalls from ceiling and floor. The caves were extensive, stretching for many miles through the heart of the hills, with passages that branched and rejoined in patterns so complex that even those who had studied them most carefully could not claim to know all their secrets. More importantly, these caves had a reputation among the few who knew of their existence as being haunted by strange echoes and unsettling phenomena, odd lights that flickered in the depths, and sounds that seemed to have no source. Whether these phenomena were natural, products of peculiar acoustic and optical effects created by the cave formations, or whether they indicated something more mysterious, Saruman could not say with certainty. But the reputation, justified or not, served his purposes admirably, for it meant that travellers avoided the area, and even those who lived in the general region gave the caves a wide berth, speaking of them only in hushed tones and warning their children to stay far away. The journey to those distant caves would be long and arduous, requiring several weeks of travel through lands that grew increasingly wild and untamed the farther north one ventured. Saruman made his preparations with characteristic thoroughness, provisioning himself for an extended absence from Orthanc and making arrangements for the maintenance of the tower and gardens during his time away. He sent word to those few among the free peoples who might have reason to seek his counsel that he would be unavailable for the next several months, providing plausible explanations for his absence that did not reveal the true nature of his errand. The sealed container he wrapped in layers of thick cloth, both to protect it during transport and to conceal its nature from any who might chance to observe him on the road. Over this, He placed a leather case, designed to look like an ordinary piece of luggage, something that might contain books or scrolls or other items a travelling scholar might carry. The case he secured to a sturdy pack frame that he could carry on his back, distributing the weight carefully to make the burden as manageable as possible for the long miles ahead. He set out from Isengard on a morning when autumn had begun to deepen toward winter, when the leaves of the trees had turned to bronze and gold, and the air carried a crispness that spoke of frost soon to come. He travelled on foot rather than mounted, for the paths he would be following grew too steep and treacherous in their latter stages to admit of horses, and besides, he preferred the slower pace of walking, which allowed him time for thought and observation that riding would have precluded. His staff served as both walking stick and symbol of his authority, and he wore his white robes despite the impracticality of keeping such garments clean on the road, for he was not yet so consumed by pride that he felt the need to hide his identity from those he might encounter. The first days of travel took him through lands he knew well, across the plains of Rohan where the horse lords dwelt in their scattered settlements, guarding their herds and maintaining the ancient alliance with Gondor that had been forged in earlier ages. He was greeted with respect wherever he paused, offered food and shelter in halls both great and humble, for his reputation as a wise counsellor and friend to the free peoples preceded him. He accepted these offerings graciously, but did not linger long in any place, always pressing onward toward his destination with a sense of purpose that admitted no unnecessary delays. As he travelled, Saruman found his thoughts turning to the nature of the burden he carried, and the larger questions it raised about the presence of evil in the world. The book represented but one instance of corruption preserved from earlier ages, one artifact among perhaps many others that lay hidden in forgotten places, waiting to ensnare the unwary. How many such objects existed, he wondered, and how many had already been discovered by those who lacked the wisdom or the will to resist their temptations. The thought troubled him deeply, for he understood that each such artifact represented not merely a danger in itself, but a symptom of a larger problem, the persistence of malice and the difficulty of ever truly cleansing the world of the shadows that had been cast upon it in its youth. He passed beyond the borders of Rohan into wilder country, where settlements grew sparse and the marks of human habitation fewer. Here, the land rose in long swells toward the distant mountains, covered with grass that had turned golden in the autumn sun, and dotted with stands of trees whose leaves rattled in the wind like whispers of forgotten times. Game was plentiful in these regions, deer and elk moving in herds across the open spaces, and at night, wolves sang their lonely songs to the stars, their voices carrying for miles across the empty landscape. Saruman made camp each evening in places chosen for their defensibility and their access to water, building small fires that provided warmth without advertising his presence too widely. He slept lightly, as had become his habit during long years of wandering through lands where danger might lurk unseen, and more than once he woke to find eyes watching him from the darkness beyond his fire's light, though whether these belonged to wolves or to other creatures he could not always determine. The sealed container he kept always within reach, never letting it out of his sight, for though he had confidence in the binding he had created, he was not fool enough to be careless with something so potentially dangerous. The weather grew colder as he progressed northward, and the land climbed toward the higher elevations where the mountains began their rise toward the sky. Snow appeared first, as patches on the north-facing slopes, then as a continuous cover that crunched beneath his feet and reflected the sunlight with painful brightness. He wrapped his robes more tightly against the chill and pulled up the hood to protect his head from the wind that blew steadily down from the peaks, carrying with it the scent of ice and stone and the profound silence of high places where few living things could survive. The final approach to the caves required him to navigate through terrain that grew increasingly difficult, valleys that twisted back upon themselves in confusing patterns, ridges that led nowhere but to sheer drops, passages between walls of rock so narrow that he had to turn sideways to squeeze through. He consulted the maps he had brought with him, comparing the landmarks he observed with those marked on the ancient parchment, and gradually he worked his way deeper into the labyrinth of hills until finally, in a narrow defile where stunted pines clung to thin soil and the walls rose steep on either side, he found what he sought. The cave entrance was unassuming, a simple opening in the hillside, partially obscured by fallen rocks and the trailing branches of vegetation that had taken root in crevices around its mouth. Nothing about it suggested the extensive passages that lay within, and indeed, someone passing by might easily overlook it entirely, dismissing it as merely a shallow depression rather than a gateway to miles of underground passages. Saruman paused before it, studying the entrance carefully, confirming that this was indeed the place described in the accounts he had consulted before departing from Orthanc. He lit a lantern, for the daylight would not penetrate far into the depths he must explore, and adjusted the pack on his shoulders to ensure that the sealed container was secure. Then, speaking a brief invocation for protection and guidance, he stepped into the darkness of the cave. The temperature dropped immediately, the chill of the outside air replaced by a deeper cold that seemed to emanate from the stone itself, and the quality of sound changed dramatically, his footsteps echoing from invisible walls in ways that made the space seem both larger and more confined than his eyes reported. The passage sloped downward, descending into the heart of the hill along a floor that was sometimes smooth and sometimes broken by irregularities that required careful navigation. Water had carved this tunnel over ages beyond counting, dissolving the soluble stone and carrying it away grain by grain, and the walls bore the marks of that slow work, sculpted into flowing forms that caught his lantern light and threw back reflections that seemed almost to move of their own accord. Saruman proceeded slowly, testing each step before committing his weight, for the floor was slick in places with moisture that seeped from the walls, and a fall, while carrying the sealed container, could be disastrous. As he penetrated deeper into the cave system, he began to understand why this place had acquired its reputation for strangeness. The acoustics were indeed peculiar, sounds reflecting and re-reflecting in ways that made it seem as though he were accompanied by invisible presences, phantom footsteps that matched his own, and whispers that might have been merely the movement of air through distant passages, or might have been something else entirely. Twice he glimpsed lights flickering in side passages, pale glows that appeared at the edge of his vision and vanished when he turned to look at them directly. And once he heard what sounded distinctly like music, a haunting melody played on instruments he could not identify, though when he paused to listen more carefully, the sound faded until he could not be certain he had heard anything at all. Whether these phenomena were natural or supernatural, Saruman could not determine with certainty, and in truth, it did not matter for his purposes. What mattered was that they would serve as additional deterrents to anyone who might otherwise be tempted to explore these caves thoroughly. Layers of psychological discouragement that would work in concert with the physical remoteness of the location to keep the sealed container safe from discovery. He pressed on, following a route he had memorized from the descriptions in ancient texts, turning left at a junction marked by a formation resembling a frozen waterfall, descending a steep slope where calcite crystals glittered like stars in his lantern light, squeezing through a narrow passage that opened into a chamber of such size that his light could not reach its farther walls. It took Saruman several hours to reach the location he had selected as the final resting place for the sealed container, a chamber deep within the cave system that lay at the terminus of a particularly difficult passage, one that required climbing over breakdown rubble and crawling through sections so low that he had to remove his pack and push it ahead of him. The chamber itself, when he finally entered it, was a place of unexpected beauty despite its inaccessibility. A space perhaps 30 feet across and 20 high, its walls covered with flowstone that hung in curtains and folds like fabric frozen in the moment of billowing, its floor decorated with stalagmites that rose like the pillars of some ancient temple. In the centre of the chamber, a natural pedestal had formed where a stalagmite and stalactite had grown together over millennia, creating a column that connected floor to ceiling. Around the base of this column, a low wall of flowstone had built up, creating a shallow basin perhaps 3 feet across, and it was this basin that Saruman had identified from descriptions in the old texts as the perfect location for concealing the container. The basin was deep enough to hold the mithril box with room to spare, and its position in the center of the chamber, surrounded by the forest of stone formations, meant that anyone entering the space would need to navigate carefully to reach it, providing additional time for the protective enchantments to work upon their minds. Saruman set down his pack and removed the sealed container from its protective wrappings, holding it carefully as he made his way across the chamber to the central pillar. The container still glowed faintly with the residual power of the runes inscribed upon its surface, and in the darkness of the cave, that glow seemed brighter than it had appeared in the daylight of Orthanc, casting wavering shadows that danced across the flowstone walls. He lowered the container into the basin, settling it gently into the depression where it fit, as though the stone had been shaped specifically to receive it, and stepped back to survey his work. The container looked oddly at home in this setting, its metallic gleam contrasting with, but somehow complementing the natural beauty of the cave formations surrounding it. Yet Saruman knew that simply placing it here was not sufficient, for a determined searcher might still find it, despite the remoteness of the location and the difficulty of reaching this particular chamber. He needed to create additional layers of concealment and protection, enchantments that would work in subtle ways to turn aside curiosity and create in the minds of potential discoverers a strong disinclination to investigate this chamber too closely. He began by walking the perimeter of the chamber, pausing at the cardinal directions to inscribe runes of warding upon the walls, using a mixture he had prepared from powdered silver and the juice of certain plants known for their protective properties. These runes he made small and inconspicuous, hiding them within the natural patterns of the flowstone so that they would not be immediately visible even to someone who knew what to look for. As he completed each rune, he spoke its activation, building up a field of subtle influence that would encourage anyone entering the chamber to feel that they had seen all there was to see after only a cursory examination, that deeper investigation would be pointless and unrewarding. Next, he created a glamour over the basin itself, a working of light and shadow that would cause the eye to slide past it without really registering its presence, making it seem to be simply another formation among many, rather than a distinct feature worthy of attention. This was delicate work, requiring him to weave together perceptions and expectations in ways that would feel entirely natural to anyone subjected to them, and he spent considerable time refining the effect until he was satisfied that it would function as intended. Even knowing exactly where the container was, Saruman found himself having to concentrate to see it clearly through the glamour, his eyes wanting to focus on formations to either side rather than on the basin that held his burden. The final element of protection required him to reach out to the cave itself, to the ancient stone that had stood here long before the first speaking peoples came to Middle-earth, and to ask of it a favour. Stone, in the philosophy of the wise, was not entirely inanimate, but possessed a form of awareness different from that of living things, a patience and memory that spanned ages, and an ability to respond, slowly and subtly, to the intentions directed toward it. Saruman spoke to the stone in words that were not quite language, communicating his purpose and his need, requesting that the cave close itself gradually over the container, allowing new flowstone to form that would eventually bury the basin and its contents beneath layers of mineral deposits. This would be a process of centuries, perhaps even millennia, but time was something the stone had in abundance, and Saruman sensed in the deep silence that followed his request a kind of agreement, an acknowledgement that what he asked would be granted. The cave would continue its work of deposition, and over long years the basin would fill and the container would be encased in stone, hidden so thoroughly that even if someone did manage to penetrate all the other defences, they would find only what appeared to be a natural formation, with no suggestion that anything of significance lay concealed within. Satisfied that he had done all within his power to ensure the container would remain undiscovered, Saruman gathered his belongings and prepared to depart. He took one final look around the chamber, committing its features to memory so that if ever need arose, he could find his way back to this place, though he fervently hoped such need would never materialize. Then, with his lantern held high to light his path, he began the long journey back toward the surface, retracing his steps through the winding passages, climbing where he had descended, and squeezing through narrow gaps that seemed even tighter when travelling in the opposite direction. The journey out of the cave system proved no easier than the journey in, and by the time Saruman emerged once more into the daylight, several hours had passed, and the sun had moved significantly across the sky. He stood at the cave entrance, breathing deeply of the fresh air and allowing his eyes to adjust to the brightness after so long in the dimness below ground. His robes were dusty and marked with the clay-like residue of the cave formations. His hands bore small cuts and scrapes from contact with rough stone, and his body ached with the fatigue of hours spent in difficult physical exertion. Yet his heart was light, for he had accomplished what he had set out to do, had taken a terrible threat and rendered it impotent, imprisoned it in a place where it could harm no one. As he made his way back down through the hills toward more hospitable country, Saruman found himself reflecting on the nature of the work he had just completed and what it represented about his role in Middle-earth. The Istari, the order of wizards to which he belonged, had been sent from the Undying Lands with a specific mandate: to oppose the growing power of Sauron and to rally the free peoples in resistance against the shadow that threatened to engulf all lands. Yet, as Saruman had discovered during his long years of service, that opposition took many forms, not all of them involving direct confrontation or dramatic displays of power. Sometimes the most important work was quiet work, tasks that would never be celebrated in song or remembered in the annals of great deeds, but which nonetheless served to preserve the world and its peoples from dangers they would never even know had threatened them. The sealing of the cursed book was such a task, an act that had required considerable power and knowledge to accomplish, but which would leave no visible mark upon the history of Middle-earth, save perhaps in the negative sense that certain tragedies which might have occurred would now be prevented from ever taking place. There was satisfaction in this thought, a sense that he had fulfilled his purpose in a manner consistent with the wisdom and restraint that should characterize the actions of one of the Maiar. He had not sought glory or recognition, had not used his power to dominate or control, but had simply identified a problem and solved it in the most thorough and responsible manner available to him. This, he felt, was what it meant to serve the light, to use the gifts and knowledge with which he had been entrusted, not for self-aggrandizement, but for the protection of others who lacked the means to protect themselves. As the days of his return journey passed, and he gradually made his way back toward Orthanc, travelling through lands that grew steadily more familiar and more welcoming, Saruman allowed himself to imagine what report he might give to the White Council when next they assembled. He would need to inform them of what had occurred, for such matters were not to be kept secret from those who shared responsibility for the defence of Middle-earth. Yet he would need to be careful about how much detail he provided regarding the location of the hidden container, for knowledge could be dangerous, even when held by those with good intentions. The return to Orthanc came on a crisp morning, when frost covered the grass of Isengard in a glittering mantle, and the sun rose with a clarity that seemed to promise good fortune. Saruman stood before his tower, looking up at its dark pinnacle that pierced the sky like a finger pointing toward heaven, and felt a profound sense of homecoming. He had been absent for nearly 3 months, and much needed to be done to restore the routines that had been interrupted by his departure. Yet he allowed himself a day of rest before plunging back into his customary activities, spending the hours in quiet reflection and allowing his body to recover from the rigours of his journey. Word of his return spread quickly, and within a week, Balin arrived once more at the gates of Isengard, riding at the head of a small company and bearing gifts for the wizard who had helped his people in their hour of need. The dwarf's face lit up with joy when Saruman confirmed that the task had been completed successfully, that the cursed book was now sealed away in a place where it would trouble no one for ages to come, and perhaps forever, if the natural processes Saruman had set in motion proceeded as he anticipated. They sat together in the chamber where they had first discussed the problem, and Saruman recounted for Balin the details of the container's construction and the journey to the northern caves, though he was deliberately vague about the precise location, saying only that it lay far beyond the borders of any settled land, and that the approaches to it were such that accidental discovery was all but impossible. Balin accepted this discretion without question, understanding that some knowledge was better left unshared, and expressed his people's profound gratitude for the wizard's intervention and his solution to a problem that had threatened to bring disaster upon the dwarf holds. As a token of that gratitude, Balin presented Saruman with gifts of surpassing beauty and craftsmanship. There were tools fashioned by the finest smiths of the Grey Mountains, their blades sharp enough to split hairs, and their handles carved with intricate designs that showed scenes from dwarf legend. There were jewels mined from deep places and cut with such skill that they seemed to contain fire within their faceted surfaces. And there was a small coffer, made of oak and bound with silver, within which lay a quantity of gold sufficient to fund many years of scholarly pursuits, though Saruman assured Balin that payment had never been his motivation, and that he would have undertaken this task regardless of any reward. Most precious of all, at least in Saruman's eyes, was a book that Balin's people had created specifically for him, a volume bound in finest leather and containing copies of certain dwarf texts that had never before been shared with outsiders, lore pertaining to the deep places of the earth and the hidden properties of metals and stones. This gift spoke of a trust that transcended the usual boundaries between peoples, and Saruman received it with genuine emotion, promising that he would treasure it, and that the knowledge it contained would be used only for good purposes and never shared without the permission of those who had granted it to him. After Balin and his company had departed, returning northward with lighter hearts than those they had carried when first approaching Orthanc, Saruman found himself returning repeatedly to the memory of his journey and the work he had accomplished. He thought about the cursed book lying in its mithril prison, slowly being encased in stone as the cave continued its patient work of deposition, and he wondered what being had created such an object in the ancient days, what purposes they had imagined it would serve, and whether they had understood the full horror of what they were unleashing upon the world. Evil, he reflected, rarely presented itself in forms that were immediately recognizable as such. More often, it came disguised as something beneficial, as knowledge that promised to elevate and enlighten, as power that claimed to be necessary for the protection of all that was good and valuable. The book had not been overtly destructive in the manner of a weapon or a curse that struck down its victims immediately. Instead, it had worked slowly and subtly, corrupting from within, transforming those it touched into hollow vessels that could be inhabited by malevolent intelligence. And in this subtlety lay its greatest danger, for it could spread undetected until too late to prevent catastrophe. The same principle, Saruman knew, applied to many other forms of corruption that walked in the world. Sauron himself did not always work through armies and open warfare, but sometimes through whispered promises and carefully calculated temptations, offering to kings and wizards and all who had power the means to accomplish their stated goals, asking in return only small compromises that seemed insignificant at the time, but which accumulated over years into complete corruption. One had to be constantly vigilant, constantly examining one's own motivations and the means one chose to pursue even laudable ends. For the line between using power wisely and being used by power was thinner than most realized. These thoughts occupied Saruman through the winter months that followed, as snow fell upon Isengard and ice formed on the waters of the Isen. He spent long hours in study, but also in meditation and self-examination, seeking to understand more deeply the principles that should guide one who wielded power in service of the light. He read again the accounts of those who had fallen in earlier ages, studying the patterns of their descent from nobility to corruption, looking for common elements that might serve as warnings to himself and others who sought to oppose the shadow without themselves being consumed by it. In the spring, when the White Council gathered in Rivendell to discuss the state of affairs in Middle-earth and to coordinate their efforts against the growing threat of Sauron, Saruman gave his report on the matter of the cursed book. He spoke of its discovery by Balin's people, of its terrible effects upon the dwarf lawmaster who had opened it, and of the measures that had been taken to ensure it would never claim another victim. Elrond and Galadriel listened with grave attention, asking questions about the nature of the artifact and the methods used to contain it, and both expressed approval of the course of action Saruman had taken. Yet as he sat in that council, surrounded by the wise and powerful who had gathered to stand against the darkness, Saruman was conscious of something he had not expected to feel. a small kernel of pride that had taken root during his work on this problem, and which now whispered to him that he alone among those present could have accomplished what he had done, that his knowledge exceeded theirs, and his power was sufficient to solve problems they could not address. He recognized this feeling for the danger it represented, this subtle beginning of the very corruption he had been contemplating, and he made a conscious effort to set it aside, to remember that he was but one among many servants of the light, and that whatever gifts he possessed had been granted to him for the benefit of all, not for his own glorification. Years passed, and then decades, and the sealed container remained undisturbed in its cave, slowly disappearing beneath accumulating layers of flowstone, as Saruman had intended. The wizard himself continued his work from Orthanc, studying the movements of the enemy, gathering intelligence about Sauron's plans, and counselling the free peoples in their preparations for conflicts that seemed increasingly inevitable. And though there would come a time, in years yet distant, when Saruman himself would fall victim to the very pride he had recognised and resisted in that council chamber, when he would seek power for its own sake and betray the trust that had been placed in him, that time had not yet arrived in the days of which this tale speaks. In those days, Saruman the White still walked in the light, and the work he had done to seal away the cursed book stood as a testament to what he had been at his best, a being of wisdom and compassion who used his considerable gifts not for domination but for protection, not for glory but for the quiet service of preventing evils that others would never even know had threatened them. And in the distant north, in caves that few would ever visit, beneath stone that grew ever thicker with each passing year, the mithril container kept its grim vigil, holding secure the corruption that had been bound within it, a silent guardian standing watch through all the long ages of the world. Thus ends the tale of Saruman and the cursed Book of the Grey Mountains, a story of wisdom triumphant over malice, of patience and thoroughness defeating ancient evil through craft and care rather than through force of arms. May those who hear it remember that not all victories are won on battlefields, and that sometimes the greatest heroes are those whose deeds go unrecorded, save in the memories of the grateful few who knew what was accomplished on their behalf.